Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. Now, let me see who was here first. Helen Marmon, thank you so much for being here first. And thank you, Mary H., Annie Bullard, Emma D., uh, Lydia Washington, Jacqueline Rippey, Ingrid Soares, Calavetta, Dewan Nawaj Jagu. There we go, Nawaj Jagu. And who else is here? Gwendolyn Daniels is here. Rodney Jackson, Carol Lunn, and a host of friends and others like Beverly McCaskill, Legs, and Gormley, Cindy White, and Doretha Green is here. Okay, we're good. Oh, by the way, look, those slides are up. Take that away. And let me just open up another screen and we're good to go. And I don't think we'll be here more than 2 hours. Some people even say an hour. Okay. Okay, I don't need any of that. I can get rid of all of that. And that. Yeah, it just dawned on me. Maybe I better close some of these screens that I don't need, just so that we don't get slowed down at all. I am still upset about Stephen Colbert. But, oh well. I was hearing someone say that maybe Netflix will try to woo Stephen Colbert. Huh? Netflix still operates rather independent of a lot of people out there. So apparently there was some politics that was involved with Stephen Colbert's eventual dismissal, which is not a surprise. First they got 60 Minutes. Now Stephen Colbert. Okay. I guess we shouldn't be surprised then, right? Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Thank you, Miss Z. Thank you for being here. Marie Fabian, Ruth C. Okay, let's expose those royals, shall we? Let's expose them. But first, we got to get to the letter. There was a letter that someone shared from Prince Harry. Now, it does say personal correspondence, but I don't know. It's really up to the person that receives the letter. You know what I mean? They're not using it to make any money or anything like that. So it says, Dear Josh, and this is from October the 17th, 2024. It says, Dear Josh, thank you so much for your generosity in offering us your space at Eastside Inc. for filming. It was incredibly kind, and I really enjoyed meeting you and learning more about the history of your shop. I also appreciate your artful handling of press questions regarding my visit. It means a lot, and I was rather impressed by your skillful dodging. Well done, They'll be in for a shock when they see the final cut. Grateful for your partnership and support in service of the Invictus community. If you'd like to come to Vancouver in February, we'd love to have you. All the best, Harry. Um, and then, of course, you can see at the bottom it says Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex. So, yeah, that was the very thoughtful letter that Harry wrote. And if you recall, this guy was, excuse me, this guy was, what do you call it, out there talking to the press. And the press was trying to, really dig in there and figure out exactly what was the nature of Harry's visit. Did he get a tattoo? And this guy, he was just as smooth as butter. He managed to fend them off left, right, and center. There was no information to be gained from him at all. And yeah, so it did not yield anything that that Harry didn't want them to know. And it was very artfully done, as Harry said. It was a very artful way that he managed to sidestep those questions. And it probably wasn't the first time, because when you think about it, this guy's shop is rather popular. So there's a lot of people that come there for tattoos. And, in every instance, there's always someone trying to gain information about a visit, which of course is totally private. But again, he was able to fend them off, and there was nothing to be gained from it. So cheers to him and his very artful way of dodging those questions. You know what? I was just thinking, I'm trying to see if I have that video. I know I have it, but what did I do with it? That's a good question. I really doubt that if I tattooed it, if I labeled it, tattooed it. Oh, man. I'd rather doubt if I labeled it properly, but I'm going to take a look anyway. Yeah, sorry, I didn't think about it until just now. I'm just like, wait a minute, I have that video, don't I? Anyway, it is totally not handy, so I won't worry about it. But yeah, I believe that was that when Harry did the Stephen Colbert show? No, I don't think so. Why was it Harry in New York that time? I don't remember. Oh well. Okay, yes, I do. Oh, that was when Harry went to the United Nations, no? Yeah, I think that was the United Nations visit. Okay. Yeah, no good. I don't have it. At least I can't find it, so I won't worry about it. Oh, was that September? I'm not going to worry about it. Nope, no good. Okay. Well, if that's that, then let's move on. Okay. Oh yeah. Let's see what else is. Oh, wait a minute. I'm so sorry. There we go. Joshua Lord is there. Prince Harry and Jelly Roll. Also present is the lady from Plus Brow. I'm sorry, Brows by Gin, an East Side ink tattoo for Invictus games. Also, my royal thank you letter naming me as the skillful dodger, which is a pretty good nickname, really. So yeah, he really appreciated his nickname, the skillful dodger, as he skillfully dodged those questions. Okay, and this was the occasion. Now, that video I can't share with you, but that was when Harry kind of faked getting a tattoo. But it was a great way to motivate people to, you know, look at the Invictus games and everything. So that was a lot of fun. And right there, yeah, if you guys recall, there were people that were like losing their minds over whether Harry had a tattoo. And of course, the tabloid media, um, they had all kind of judgments about it, wondering if Harry actually has a tattoo. Well, we do know that the King of Denmark has a tattoo from his youth, but as far as we know, Harry nor the Duchess of Sussex actually have any tattoos. So we don't think so. But who knows? We might find out otherwise at some point. Either way, it really doesn't matter because they're free. They're in the golden state of California, and they're away from all of the protocols of court life. So they have a court of their own, if you will. And again, Jelly Roll and Prince Harry at the East Side Tattoo Ink, East Side Ink Tattoos. That's the name of it. In New York, New York. A city so great they named it twice. New York, New York. Huh. Could we imagine if Charles and Camilla, if Harry got a tattoo, I wonder how long it would take for Charles and Camilla to get tattoos. What do you think? I could see, Camilla, I wouldn't be surprised if she had a tattoo of an anchor on her forearm, just like an old sailor. Isn't she the admiral of the Seventh Fleet or whatever they said she was? Admiral Camilla, right? Charles did just give her a new title as the Royal Admiral of the uh, of His Majesty's Navy. So yeah, why not, right? I could picture that. And then Charles with all of that loose skin of his, sporting a tattoo. Man, that would be fun. And I hear tell William has a tattoo. If you look close enough, you can see that it says begging for a pepperoni. I think it says begging for a pepperoni. Right? Can you guys see that? I think it says begging for a pepperoni. Isn't that what Cookies and Cream always warn us not to get pepperoni? Yeah, Cookies and Cream reminds us of that every time. I'm just about to sign out. Cookies and Cream reminds us not to beg for pepperoni, or don't let anybody pepperoni us. Yeah, don't get pepperoni. Uh, of course, if William was able to get hold of some pepperoni, maybe we could all relax, right? Maybe he would calm down a peg or two if he got some pepperoni. So if he comes down a peg or two, no pun intended, then we could all relax. Maybe then he'll tell us about his pulled pork sandwich. Yeah, maybe then we'll hear everything we ever wanted to know about William's pulled pork sandwich. But in the meantime, yuck. Oh, really? Is that what it says? I thought it was pepperoni. Well, Gwendolyn Daniels is of the opinion that it says something else. That's interesting. I thought it said pepperoni. Well, pepperonis are rather provocative before you cut them up, right? They look more like a nightstick. Oh, look at there. Someone's ready for the weekend. Check it out. In that beautiful room with all those neutral colors, there's one more soft color in the room. And that, of course, is that bottle of As Ever Rosé. It's what everyone, especially people who embrace the minimalist lifestyle, like apparently this family does. And what is minimalism? Minimalism without a delicious bottle of As Ever Rosé, taking center place just as it ought to. And then, speaking of As Ever, check it out. There's someone there with their apricot. I wonder if they're mixing that in with their, looks like oatmeal or some kind of fiber rich cereal. Yeah. Or what about that? Goat cheese and orange blossom honey. Ooh, that sounds different. Well, different and delicious. Sweet and savory. Mmm. Or how about this one? Pro tip: spoon a little apricot spread over your sugar cookies. Divine. Now, see, I probably would have baked the cookies with a little bit of apricot in the center, just like you make the raspberries. That has got to be bewitching. Who's getting hungry here? Or how about that? You have another image of that delicious rosé with only 14.5% alcohol by volume. That's not too much, is it? Only 14.5%. Yes, that's enough to, take you where you want to be. But at the same time, I bet it's amazing. And looks like someone is having a fantastic Saturday with their As Ever. And here's some more. Yes, that is very cool. And listen, I do apologize to you guys who were unable to get your As Ever. I feel awful sharing these images. If you were not able to buy any, or hopefully someone will gift you a bottle. But it's really just a matter of celebrating the success that. Hey, Rohini, how are you? I'm so glad you're here. Oh, it's enough to uplift you, say, huh? Okay, so Rohini believes that it is an uplifting experience, right? Yeah, it's an uplifting experience to have that 14.5%. Oh, man. And let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, you know what? I almost overlooked it. That's my bottles of As Ever. Yes, those are mine. That looks delicious, doesn't it? I kind of flattened out the paper and just kind of laid it so I could take a photo, but yeah, fresh cut flowers and As Ever rosé. Now, I did not have a chance to try it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Wonder how that tastes with my dim sums, right? Make my little dim sums tomorrow and have some As Ever to help soak it in, huh? But yeah, so those are my bottles of As Ever. It was so exciting opening up the box and everything. Yeah, very exciting. So happy for our Duchess. And here's a collage of As Ever. And you know, it's a shame that so many people are just going to collect those. They're going to give away two. Well, the non-drinkers are going to give away a couple of them and just keep one for themselves, which they probably won't ever drink because, well, I know at least one squatty who has a closet for everything Meghan, which is kind of cool. And they're going to, you know, I believe they purchased the raspberry spread and didn't even open it because they want to save it. So I could understand that. This is um this is a fun time to be a squatty. And there you go. Someone's also out. Look like they're having a little backyard on the balcony or patio. And they're on the right side. They decided to add that to their collection. I see they got a few things, including Black Girl Magic Riesling, which is very sweet. This is sweet white wine. Um, yeah, that is very sweet, very delicious. Now, I don't recall ever having a rosé, but is it a little dry? Is it like a bit of a dry wine? Because Rieslings and the Pinot Noir and Pinot Grigio, I think those are kind of sweet, right? But yeah, anyway, I don't think I've ever had any that I didn't like. Oh, look at Tiffany. Tiffany's enjoying fireworks in New York City with her bottle of rosé. All right, Tiff. Ah, rosé is dry. Thank you. Look at Tiff. Tiff is ready for the weekend. All right, you go, Tiffany. Tiffany is ready for the weekend. She has something with that very daring low cut. She has her glass filled with whatever that bottle is under her, to her side there. I believe it says As Ever. Yes, that's what she has. I didn't know she drinks that. And how much fun is it that she drinks it out of her champagne glass, the one that she carries everywhere? Oh, and did you notice there's a couple of bottles back there on the table? She must have gotten a 3-pack. Good for you, Tiffany. Good for you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that our Duchess would be very flattered to know that Tiffany is enjoying As Ever, and of course, Meghan enjoys it too. Do wonder if the glass that she's holding there on the left, I do wonder if that is the As Ever, because obviously this has been in the works for a while. This has probably been over a year of planning, if not longer than that. So, yeah, this has probably been in the works for a little while. Okay, I got my first sound bite for you. Let me cue this up. I like her. Okay.
With Meghan Markle interview. Oh my god. Getting my hands on the Meghan Markle rosé was harder than getting Eras tour tickets, but your girl did it. Let's do a taste test and review of As Ever's rosé. First off, I do have to give props to the As Ever team. Payment method didn't go through when I initially placed my order. And they held my order hours after I initially tried to pay. I tell you, it was like the Hunger Games trying to get this wine. The fact that they held my order, let me revise it, such a classy move. As ever, Rosé is being described as a delicately balanced rosé with soft notes of stone fruit, dense minerality, and a lasting finish. Watched with love, Meghan. I know our girl Meghan likes to drink, so I have very high expectations of this. So excited! Cheers! When I had the idea to make this video, I really didn't think about how difficult it is to describe wine if you're not a sommelier. Not what I expected. It's got a little bit of a Chardonnay essence. Some of the notes, I think I was expecting something lighter, more crisp. Feels like a really full, what's a little bit heavier rosé. I'm a wine expert. I would definitely pair this with food. Like enjoying this with the cheese board would be perfect. It's a damn good bottle of rosé. And you get 3 bottles when you order, so I think it's a pretty fair deal. It is kind of wild to think that Meghan Markle has enjoyed this wine as well. And let me know what celebrity products I should try next. Getting my hands on the Meghan Markle rosé was harder than getting Eras Tour tickets, but your girl.
Okay.
Hands on the Meghan Markle rosé was hard.
Okay, we heard you say it twice. So obviously she's enjoying it, and as she said, it's great to pair with food. I love the fact that some people say it's got a little more kick than what they expected. All right. Okay. That is going to be fun to play with. What can I say? Be sure your seat backs and tray tables are in the upright lock position. Once we're at cruising altitude, feel free to roam about the cabin. But whenever the captain turns on the seatbelt sign, please observe the seatbelt sign. Yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know, and enjoy. And just a reminder, you can now drink gin made by the Queen. That's right. Queen Elizabeth is now selling beer and gin. Thank you, Muriel, for digging those out. I didn't know that that was a thing, but one of our investigative reporters at the Sussex squad found those, and I decided to pair those images with yet another image of the 2023 Napa Valley Rosé called As Ever by the Duchess of Sussex. Yes, Meghan's As Ever. Oh, I tell you, the bottle is so beautiful. Hold on a second. I want to go look at my bottle. As a matter of fact, I think I should just get the corkscrew and just, pry it open so I could smell the delicate bouquet. And do remember, whenever you open wine, let it breathe. You don't want to drink it straight away. You want to leave it open for, I don't know, about 5-10 minutes. Give it a chance to breathe. But I don't know. Why does that little voice in my head saying, just go get that corkscrew and stick it down in there and just pull that cork out so you can sniff it. And then I could describe the delicate bouquet, right? I'll just do that. I'll just open it up and sniff the cork so I can let you know what kind of bouquet it has. And hopefully I won't spill any in this wine glass I just happen to have sitting nearby. Woo! But no, I'm not going to do that. But it's just so pretty the way the light goes through the glass. It is. It is so pretty. I mean, this is just, it looks pretty. And then it's so, what is the word I'm looking for? Minimalist. The label is not all fussy and everything. It's just a clean looking bottle of rosé. That's all. That just happens to be 14.5% by volume. Okay, well, I better not. Let's see. AM, thank you so much for the PayPal. Thank you very much for the PayPal. And thank you, as always, for supporting Royal Sussex. By the way, you too can support Royal Sussex by getting a membership for just $4.99 once a month. For the price of a cup of coffee, you can help support Royal Sussex. Okay. But I'm just itching to know what it smells like though. You know what I'm saying? I just want to smell the fragrance of it. Maybe rub a little across my gums. Yes. Yes, as though I was teething. I'll just rub just a little bit across my gums just to say I did. Um okay, let's get to Highgrove. There seems to be a spot of bother in Highgrove. There he is, His Majesty King Charles III. Of course, you can tell it's King Charles even from, I don't know, a block away. You would have no trouble identifying him. And why? Because of those very easy to identify childbearing hips of his. Yes, I don't know what it is. The older this guy gets, the more those childbearing hips are forming. Which is unusual for a pensioner of his age, but I digress. So it says here King Charles, the disquiet at Highgrove, and the gardener's exodus. Memos fired off by the monarch to correct grammar and demand single flowers be moved are wrecking morale among staff who are paid as little as minimum wage. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? One of the richest men in the world is paying minimum wage? Why, pray tell? Cheap, I guess. Cheap! Because he's cheap, stingy, and just as crooked as a day is long. Anyway, the staff at Highgrove are very unhappy. Henry VIII said, "Isn't it funny that in the 5 years it's been since Harry and Meghan left royal duty, we have found out that senior royals have actually done just about everything the Sussexes were once accused of?" And Brazen Hussey says, William showing the king that he's the heir calls the shots, that he, the heir, calls the shots. Since Charles and Harry's aides had a meeting, it has been nothing but negative stories on Charles as well as Harry and Meghan. William's punishing, that is, the king for daring to even consider reconciling with Harry. And of course, Henry VIII follows that with, "Don't count Chuck and Cam out." Of course, that is a good advice for anybody. Camilla and Charles are more than well placed to take care of themselves, especially with the likes of Willie. And then Professor Dr. Monica Durbenstein says, anyone who wants to cover up guilt must reverse reality. Reversal into the opposites are not accidental. They are a system when perpetrators began to attribute their own actions to their victims. Yeah, okay, projection. I think that's what they're saying is they use projection. It's not just perfidious, it is systematic in an essay Oh, okay. She's responding to Sylvia Sass. Oh, well. Or is she quoting Sylvia Sass? Anyway, but perfidious. I have to try to figure out how to use that word in a sentence this week. But yeah, it seems I told you guys that those houses of Windsor are at war with one another. They seem to be at war. Oh, by the way, thank you for the PayPal. I forgot to give you a bell. And also, Leg says, I think King Charles briefed the Anne article because of this one. Oh, briefed the Anne article because of this one. Okay, thank you very much. What is the Anne article? Did I miss it? Is there something about Princess Anne? Briefed the Anne article because of this one. I'm not sure what that means. I'm so sorry. But hit me. I'll try to look for it. Now, if you take a look here, oh my goodness, I can barely see that. What was I thinking? Okay, it says these are just like some these are the things that were listed on Twitter by the Telegraph. Okay. Oh, thank you, Legs. Legs says it was Princess Anne calling William lazy. Gotcha. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so it says here, for 45 years, Highgrove House has been the king's private home. He still regularly spends several days a week at the house, tending to the exotic flowers and plants that are his pride and joy. In the summer of 2021, Charles quietly signed a deal to preserve his influence over the property when he becomes king, when they would be due to fall in his son's hands. So William, I believe, was supposed to inherit Highgrove, and Charles decided to keep it. Now, I thought for certain that Charles, well, I'm sure that Charles owns the property outright, but the property obviously is for the Prince of Wales and not just for Charles to hang on to until he dies, right? But so they say here, in the summer of 2021, quietly signed a deal to preserve his influence over the property when he becomes king, when they would be due to fall into his son's hands. So he does not want William to have Highgrove. I don't think William was interested in it anyway, because let's face it, it comes with a lot of bad memories. But if it was in William's hands, there may have been a way that William could even rent the place out if he wanted to, lease it to someone. Who knows what he would have done with it if that were possible. I mean, there may have been something in place to prevent that from happening, but essentially it was supposed to go to William. Since then, he has remained involved in the most minute and minute, that is, level, on the most minute level, supervising everything from the size of peaches and the shade of roses to the breed of potatoes served in the restaurant. He does this by attending daily walkabouts at the property when in residence, then sending notes in thick red inked to garden staff, who are expected to act upon his request before his next return. He doesn't ask too much, does he? It goes on to say, many gardeners say his requests are impractical or impossible to fulfill. Others have complained of poor conditions, including pay as low as minimum wage. Of 12 full-time gardeners employed in 2022, 11 have quit. 12 full-time gardeners employed in 2022, 11 have quit, including 2 heads of gardens and a deputy head gardener who walked out within the space of a year. One person who left had served the king for decades. Are you guys hearing this? Another departed within a year after revealing a gap in his knowledge about a particular flower and instantly losing Charles's trust. The monarch said of him, "Don't put that man in front of me again." Oh God, Camilla, tell them don't put that man in front of me again. Oh, anyway, there was anger boiling at the surface, very impatient, no politeness at all. This is the Charles that we saw having a fit over that ink pen, right? Remember that fountain pen or whatever it was? He had a fit. No one should be surprised at his behavior. That's Charles. That's who he's always been. Horses patootie. Now, the article says what you need to know. Kings demand staff shortages, and low pay led to gardener exodus at Highgrove. Royal Charity, which runs gardens, told to offer mental health support after formal investigation. Good God. Charles has lost 11 of 12 garden staff since 2022, including 2 head gardeners who quit within a year. Monarch said of one worker, "Do not put that man in front of me again." After Ukraine invasion, King proposed plugging staff shortages with war refugees or the elderly. I'm sorry, I just had to think about that for a minute. At one point, half of the staff were on minimum wage. The king appeared in a circlet of feathers and a scarf draped ceremoniously around his shoulders of his cream suit. It was a nod to the traditional cultures and forms of healing that underpin his inaugural Harmony Summit at Highgrove House last weekend, an event attended by indigenous tribesmen, herbalists, and craftspeople. What kind of weird incantational stuff is that? It also says here there could have been no more fitting backdrop to the event than the gardens at his 9-bedroom residence in Gloucestershire. For 45 years, Highgrove has served as a laboratory for the king's belief that humanity should work with nature, not against her. He still regularly spends time at the house tending to exotic flowers and plants that are his pride and joy. Now, this sounds a lot like Farmer George, doesn't it? Mad King George? This sounds a lot like Farmer George. Yeah, it sounds a lot like Farmer George for some reason. Didn't they raise it to 77? They don't want people to retire. Yes, and he is very petty and out of touch. They don't want people to retire. He knows that he owes Duchess Meghan an apology, and it is eating him up. He will have to give it to her before Prince Harry even thinks about talking to him, and I think he knows it. Yes, he owes her an apology. Absolutely, he does. Okay. So yeah, it's a very long article. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. Uh, okay, don't put that man in front of me. Let me see here. Let's see what that one was about. The memos often strikingly specific and emotional, demanding, for instance, that staff move a single unacceptable ragwort, I guess that is a flower, from the perimeter of his swimming pool, telling them their failure to cultivate his beloved delphiniums, had caused an almighty disappointment and spoilt one of his favorite moments of the summer. Oh man. And even correcting grammar. Um, Let me see here. Others are more positive. Charles expressing his giddy delight at the progress of a particular specimen or affixing several explanation points to an upbeat comment. In the background, the king has entrusted a manager to become his go between with gardeners, many of whom say his requests are impossible to fulfill given the lack of resources. Others have complained of poor conditions, including pay as low as minimum wage. Charles is shielded from some of the issues, not but not all. He was sufficiently aware of staff problems that after the invasion of Ukraine, he dashed off a note proposing that war refugees could be recruited to help out. Of the 12 full time gardeners employed in 2022, 11 left, including two heads of gardens and deputy head gardener who departed within the space of a year. One had served the king for decades, another failed his probation after revealing a lack of knowledge about a particular flower. Instantly losing Charles' trust, the monarch said of him, "Don't put that man in front of me again." In late 2023, one staff launched a grievance against the garden's management, saying the team was overwhelmed, under resourced, and constantly struggling to fulfill King's requests. His complaint said staff had developed physical injuries trying to keep up and that the team suffered from low morale. It added, there is little management of His Majesty the King's expectations, and I know I would not be allowed to say we are understaffed. It, in turn, the King's Foundation, which now runs the gardens, commissioned an external investigation that found evidence of staff shortages and poor management practice, that pay was an issue for recruitment and retention, and that churn was so severe, the gardens had been given carte blanche to hire temporary workers. It recommended management training for all managers, mental health support and counseling, and a pay review. Yet, insiders say issues have persisted. So, after the investigation, there are still issues. Let me see. Charles Charity has done away with the title of head gardens, appointing only a head gardener after successive departures, and removed the role of deputy head gardener. Two more staff walked out around the start of this year. In turn, the gardens have continued to rely on staff sent from Charles's other estates, as well as career changers and local volunteers. The fact Highgrove is a demanding workplace has been hinted at in the past, Almost 2 decades ago, a New York Times published an article entitled Organic Looks Easy If You Got a Royal Staff. In it, the newspaper gardening columnist said the 8 gardeners may seem like a lot until you grasp the amount of labor involved, pointing out their productivity was hard to believe given they are not allowed to use pesticides. Yet today is the first time that concerns have surfaced publicly. Hmm, my. Well, again, as I said, it's a pretty long article, so I'm going to leave it there. But if you have, what is this, the Telegraph? No, it's the Times. I'm sorry. That article is from the Times. If you have the Times, go and check it out because there's a whole lot more to it. And right here it says the king's intense approach and unapologetic demands for high standards provoked varying reactions. Some garden staff told us his attention to detail was unsurprising and only natural. One said, he's always been a gardener. If you were employed by somebody that wants stuff a certain way, I don't think that's a ridiculous demand. They're paying you and they ask you, I want an avenue of trees along here. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to ask people who you're employing. Another individual still close to Charles pointed out that he would offer positive feedback and genuine enthusiasm with equal vigor. Others took a less charitable view. One gardener said staff were treated like dirt, adding there was anger boiling at the surface, very impatient, no politeness at all. This person said the king's position made it impossible to speak up. It was like you should be thankful that we've given you a job and you work for the king, the highest person in the country. Yeah, so they're saying just be grateful you're there. I mean, after all, you get to work for Charlie. You get to watch Camilla trundling up and down the path, looking like an escaped Clydesdale. I guess that's something to look forward to. There he is. Look at that supermodel. Look at that supermodel. See how when Charles walks through his garden, I think the reason why he wants things a certain way is because he likes to imagine that he's working that Paris runway, honey. See there? That is the strut of a supermodel. See how he crosses one leg over the other? Supermodel work, work, do your thing, make love to the camera, work, cover girl, work of the world. Yeah, that is a supermodel strut there. I tell you, with those childbearing hips, anything is possible. Yeah, the thing is, sometimes I look at him and I'm thinking, is he trying to do the catwalk or the horse walk? Now, the catwalk is all about elegance and subtlety, that is, a smooth, slinky, one foot in front of the other glide that screams sophistication. Think of it as the ultimate runway strut that says, I'm fierce, and I know it. Yeah, so think of Charles doing that runway strut saying, oh God, Camilla, I'm fierce and I know it. Yeah, so yeah, just think of it like that. Just think of Charles saying, I'm fierce and I know it. Now, the horse walk, now see, Camilla would be good at that. The horse walk, on the other hand, brings a bold, commanding presence with deliberate high knees and strong foot placement, or in Camilla's case, hoof placement. It's the perfect mix of power and poise that turns every head in the room. Oh, I bet she does. Both have their place on the runway, but which one fits your vibe? Watch a full breakdown and let us know in the comments which walk you're mastering next. So yeah, I think Charles has got this crossover thing. It looks like a crossover, but I mean, really, look at there. I'm too sexy for this walk. It's too sexy for this walk. I don't feel like talking. I'm a monarch. You know what I mean when I do my little dance on the catwalk. On the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. I shake my little tush on the catwalk. Yeah, see there? They made that song. I'm a monarch. You know what I mean when I do my little turn on the catwalk. Let's see. Fresh Face, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you, of course, for supporting Royal Sussex. But yeah, I don't know if Charles is as slinky as the model that you see there, but he does have his moments. He does. He has his moments. I mean, just look at that. See how he's doing that crossover? Look at that. 40 years ago, he was already working the runway. That's the one place. That's the one place where he feels secure enough to be himself, right? And he doesn't give a damn what anybody thinks about it. He just goes out there strutting and stuff and throwing those childbearing hips left and right. I think that's probably why he gets a little cross with people, because he's so busy doing that catwalk and none of the gardeners are paying any attention. Well, I mean, let's face it, who wants to see some baby boomer out there strutting his stuff? You know what I mean? So, but that's amazing though. And then, of course, as you can see here on the left, he has also learned how to pose like a supermodel. See how he mimics what the lady on the right side is doing? See how he's got that pose? He's got the heel of one foot back against the, you know how they do it. But it's the way he has turned his heel in, and he keeps the other one kind of straight. And see how he's posing? He's got this. He's got this. He might be a crappy father and an equally a terrible monarch, but he can do that walk now. He's doing the walk. See there? I'm a monarch. You know what I mean when I do my little dance on the catwalk. On the catwalk. I'm too sexy for Highgrove. Too sexy for Highgrove. Too sexy, they know it. I'm a model. You know what I mean? No, I'm a monarch. That's it. That's it. Oh, well, keep practicing, Charlie. Oh, look at the pose. Look at the pose. You work it, Charles. Look at that pose. You see there? He is ready for the cover of Vogue magazine. I don't know what's been taking him so long to contact him. He's ready for Vogue. Yeah. See how he's got that one shoulder dip and he got that one hip stuck out there? That's hot. That is hot. Oh, well. He's been working on it. This has been 45 years in the making. Ever since he first looked at the house, it was probably within a week when he started doing his strut up and down the garden. That's why he wants everything perfect, because that's his runway. Yeah, that is his runway. King Charles shares his Highgrove gardening tips in TV program. You know, you see the hypocrisy? Meghan is actually having a lot of fun sharing her lifestyle hints and everything. And the fact that, yes, she's making some money at it. Well, I mean, come on. That's part of life, isn't it? So what if she is partnered with one of the world's largest streaming services? Um, they were ready to do something different, and she just happened to be there. And yeah, Charles is constantly in front of cameras. William is constantly in front of cameras. I think um, it's a surprise that more people don't call him out. I mean, think about it. Um, Charles is making all that money from his subjects, right? He's making a fortune from his subjects, and every so often he tells people how they should live. You know, uh, Meghan got in trouble for suggesting that you use distilled water to make the ice cubes with the flour sprinkles, right? And people totally missed the part where she said, if you can't buy any, just boil some water, and that'll pull the minerals out of it. But they didn't want to hear that part. They wanted to be super critical, hypercritical of the Duchess of Sussex. But I think it's even more awkward when one of the wealthiest men in the land, a huge landholder of inherited wealth, when he goes on television and tell people do this and do that. He's got a lot of nerves. I mean, he is incredibly rich, super, super rich, and he's giving out suggestions. Um, I don't think it's any indication that he's out of touch for doing that, as far as I'm concerned. But there are some people who may feel differently, who do not have a home, who do not have a garden and all that kind of stuff. What about those people? I'm sure they feel a certain kind of way, but the what do you call it? The tabloid media, they're not going to criticize him. They should, but they're not. I think it's insulting to tell people, one of the richest people in the world, to tell people what they should do and shouldn't do, eat organic and all that kind of stuff. And there's people who's just hoping to have food. How rude. And let's not forget this thing that happened at Highgrove. A black woman who worked as Prince Charles's personal secretary at Highgrove claimed yesterday that she was forced to quit after suffering years of racist abuse in the royal household. Elizabeth Burgess, that is. There were always black jokes and names going around because it is the royal family and is still very protected. You see there? But remember, we are very much not a racist family. Well, I'm pretty sure Elizabeth Burgess would say otherwise. Now, it says here, the other says black former secretary to Prince Charles, I'm sorry, Prince of Wales, that is, at his country home in Gloucestershire, told an employment tribunal yesterday that she left after being racially abused by other staff. Elizabeth Burgess, who had worked part time at the Prince's Highgrove estate near Tedbury for 10 years, broke down in tears as she claimed that the Prince's valet, Michael Cash for Honors Fawcett, had called her the F N word typist. Yes, the you know what N word typist. She resigned from the job in March, but is claiming constructive dismissal because of abuse she claimed she suffered. Now, this was back in, what year was that? 2001. That was back in 2001. He said whatever he wanted to say to her. And one of the articles I read, she said she knows that Prince Charles, could hear the language that this man was using and just ignored it. She was more than certain that Charles was within earshot. And I could find that very easy to believe because, listen, we all know what Charles' ears look like, right? Now, over the years, he's kind of concealed those ears behind a little hair. And also, given how big his face has become, it's kind of like his face has caught up to his ears. You know what I'm saying? It's like his face then caught up to his ears. So we don't notice how big they are. But trust me, Charles can hear a gnat fart in Kansas, okay? If a little gnat was to break wind in Topeka, Kansas, Charles could hear that. Okay? If a mouse at Westminster Abbey was to burp and Charles was on his helicopter, he would say, "Oh God, Camilla, I think another one of those mice. It's let out a horrendous burp." You know, he could hear it. He could hear everything. The Hubble telescope, his ears could hear like the Hubble telescope can see, okay? They should call those the Hubble ears because they pick up everything. Everything. Charles can hear lint forming. Charles can hear dust falling. That's how keen his hearing is. It's like the black hole, not even light escapes. So there's no way in the world that Charles could say that he didn't hear it. He heard it. And they probably had a big laugh afterwards, right? Sure, they did. And of course, Michael Fawcett has left Charles' employ at least 3 times. But the thing is, just like a slasher movie, he always comes back. Yep, he always comes back. And take a look at that. The property's being reviewed. Now, this is an old image that I've been hanging on to, and I'm sure those prices are different now, but check it out. The Castle of May. He has a castle in May. By the way, this is from 2023. What is that? Something in Wales. He has the Highgrove house, which is valued at 32.4 million pounds. The 98.1 million pound Balmoral Castle, which, by the way, Balmoral is not a Crown Estate property. Sandringham is not a Crown Estate property. Those are the personal properties of the sovereign. The Royal Lodge. I cannot remember. I think Royal Lodge is a Crown Estate. I'm not sure. But I'm guessing if these properties are listed, then they are private properties. So maybe Royal Lodge is not. Maybe Royal Lodge is the personal possession of the sovereign. But for sure, Sandringham, Balmoral, and Highgrove certainly are. So those are his personal properties. There are 6 of them. Properties that are protected 24 hours a day from the police or the royal protection officers, you name it. Not to mention that he just purchased a property next door to Camilla. This guy is rolling in dough, but he can't provide protection for his son and his wife or daughter-in-law and their children. He just cannot afford to do that. He just won't do it, should I say. So that's Highgrove House, and that's the Queen Consort Godzilla. Charles purchased that property, and it has been a vanity project of his ever since. He wants to use that property just like Farmer George, Mad King George. He wants to use that property to show other people alternative ways to live. The only thing is, he is running his employees into the ground to make good on this experiment. But I'm pretty sure that it had to be something very awful for those employees to leave, especially after being there for so many years. Now, leaked palace messages expose royal media threats after King Charles' funeral plans leaked. So, Feminegra shared this with us today, or was it yesterday? Oh, it was yesterday. Somehow I missed that. Oh, let me move this bottle of rosé out of my way so I can see the screen. I got a big bottle of As Ever rosé right here next to me. The bottle is so smooth. I need to see how it smells. I want to feel that little, a little tingle of the sensation of that rosé as it permeates out of the bottle and fills the room with fragrance. But I guess I can do that later. So tempting, though. I got to go to Trader Joe's and get me some stuff for my charcuterie board or whatever. That's what I need to do. I cannot wait. What was I talking about? Oh, yes. This. Okay, this. I'm sorry, I blanked out thinking about As Ever. I know I'm such a tease. I should not do that. Sorry about that, you guys. When the Telegraph published the story, Prince Harry and Meghan at the heart of King's funeral plans, it set off alarm bells across Buckingham Palace. The article offered rare detail on Operation London Bridge, revealing that Prince Harry and Meghan Sussex would play central roles within hours. Top palace officials moved to kill the story before it spread. The Daily Beast later confirmed what many suspected. The leak originated from inside the palace. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to tell me that it's much easier for them to blame anything uncomfortable on racism rather than address the fact that the negativity toward them is coming from within the royal palace? Huh? Is that what they're saying? Remember how Dan Wooten let slip that the palace leaks and briefs? He is literally saying, don't blame us, blame the palace, or in this case, blame the royal household, whatever. Blame them, because that is the source of it. He confirmed what a lot of people were thinking, what a lot of people were speculating, and that is that the newspapers definitely do what they do, but they are given guidance almost on a daily basis from the courtiers, who definitely are following the lead of, let's say, for the sake of conversation, William, Kate, Camilla, and Charles. They're just doing what people have, well, what their employers have told them to do. Remember, they were ornated, well, not ornated, they were ordained for their positions. So whatever they say just can't be wrong. It just can't be wrong. Let's see. The Daily Beast confirmed what many suspected: the leak originated from inside the palace, but the press wasn't allowed to report on it freely. Tobin Andre, King Charles III's communication secretary, launched what sources called a huge censorship operation to contain the fallout. His efforts included threats sent directly to journalists through a secret Royal Rota WhatsApp group. Remember, I shared that with you? Through the Royal Rota WhatsApp group, where it very poignantly said that anyone who XYZ, there would be consequences. And what's even particularly more interesting is the fact that the person selling all these wolf tickets was someone who themselves are from the tabloid media. Tobin, whatever his name is, he's from the tabloid media. He was one of them. He used to work for the Daily Mail. They even made a big announcement that the Charles and Camilla were hiring someone from the Daily Mail. They made a big announcement about it. So that is true. No, I have not opened the bottle just yet. I'm just looking at it. I'm looking at the way the light just kind of, kind of goes through it. So pretty. So pretty. Anyway, I love that color, that nice salmon color. Nice coral color. If it looks that good, who knows what it tastes like? I'd like to tell you soon, though. The result was chilling. No other British outlet repeated the story. And for those who remember how loudly Harry was attacked for exposing palace media collusion, not conclusion, collusion, this moment hit differently. The palace press team tried to silence the Telegraph. According to sources cited by the Daily Beast, Tobin Andre spent over 24 hours pressuring the Telegraph to delay or dilute the story, which has since been placed behind a paywall. When the outlet moved ahead with publication anyway, Andre escalated in measure, sent the Rota reporters. He called the piece unconscionable and offensive, citing the king's ongoing cancer treatment as a reason to suppress the details. Isn't that something? They're playing the king's cancer card as a way to suppress the details. That is rich, isn't it? But the real impact came from what followed. Andre warned reporters that outlets choosing to cover the leaks would be unlikely to receive assistance. That message wasn't a request, it was a quiet command. And the effect was immediately. Despite the importance of the story, no other major UK outlet followed up. This proves the palace doesn't just brief friendly stories, it actively decides what gets published and who gets punished. Now, that's a lot of power. That is a lot of power to have. Oh well. Let me see here. uh well, that's very frustrating that they're trying to blame Harry and Meghan for the leak. Okay, and especially when you consider a leak about Charles' funeral plans. How do you put that on the Sussexes? How in the world do you do that? I don't know how that's possible. Seeing that, of course, no one from the Sussex household is in on the plans. It was not supposed to be the topic of conversation for that meeting that they photographed. I don't get it. I don't get it. And then you can see here Prince William to strip Meghan Markle of her royal title after he becomes king. That's in page 6. Prince William won't stand for it as Meghan signs off gifts with HRH title. This is not good for William. It really isn't. It only makes him look angry, and they, if anything, they should they should they should say something about this. Kensington Palace should complain about this, unless that is Kensington Palace that is just leaking this information so that William looks relevant and in control. William won't stand for it and will strip HRH title from Sussexes. Prince William loathes and despises Meghan Markle and Prince Harry with every bone in his body. The pettiness of it all. The pettiness. You would think, you would think that someone would stand up and be the adult in the room and say, this is probably not a good idea. Well, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one, because it obviously serves the wishes of William that these are the stories, that these are going into print, or being streamed or whatever. Those are his words, or at least his intentions. Just like he abruptly said that he was going to make homelessness go away, that he would make sure that it is rare and not long standing, or something like that. Who makes a promise like that? My life's mission is to end war in the Middle East. So you mean to tell me he's got something that even the American president doesn't have? Yeah, that is bonkers. That is absolutely bonkers. Now, I have a Carol Malone. This is not a new video. This is kind of older. Let me see how far this dates back. Uh, how far back does that go? Okay, it goes back February of this year. Okay, let me cue this up for you. It goes back to February.
I'm sure that having had the news he has cancer, Charles is very happy to see both of his sons. I'm sure of that. And he may well want to forgive and forget. And we already know that he has left the door open, open to Harry to come back. However, I don't think Wills or Kate or any of the other royals that he has slated as racist and much, much worse will want to have anything to do with him. I mean, I know my paper says it's a show of love that he's here. No, it's not a show of love. Harry is a grown man now. He's nearly 40 years old. He knows that things can befall men of 75. And why has he waited until his dad has been diagnosed with cancer before he rushes across the ocean to see him? It's been 17 months since he saw his dad. Last saw him at the coronation, where he was signed.
Maybe that's not.
I'm sorry. So you don't wait until your dad has cancer.
No, we don't know whether they've been speaking over the telephone. We know because some reporter has mentioned it.
We don't know that they did speak on his birthday, and Wills's people immediately leaked that phone call to the press.
That's what the palace is saying. This is a brother to brother psycho drama. It is a psycho drama
who has tried to destroy over the past 3 years
his deeply troubled young man. This is a time for families to come together. Families to come together.
I wonder, Carol, whether we've everyone's got this sort of this balance sheet of everything that Harry's done wrong and wipe it. Take it out of your mind. Just forget it. And start from today.
This is not just a little family squabble. This is Harry going onto the world stage and slating his family, the monarchy, as racist. Worse than that.
Look,
and
he sort of took it back a bit, didn't he?
And not just doing that. He then, after the Oprah interview when he first did that, he then went on to write a book that was even more vitriolic, more cruel, more visceral. He has not started, and he did all of this for money.
Okay.
So
Karen is in Aberdeenshire. Let's see what she thinks.
He has not started.
So there you have it. As always, they don't address the leaking and the briefing. They stick to the talking points that they've used for all this time, that he slated his family. You can't just slag off your family like that, even though the family has been leaking and briefing. They speak through their courtiers and those so-called sources, or someone close to the monarchy, right? Also, we know that they will petition government officials, not just their government officials, but even governments on the other side of the world. They will appeal to them to give them a rough time and don't protect them and such. And we even know that William told one of his people to go into court and testify against Meghan, to lie to the world and say that you co-authored the famous letter so that you would have a right to decline a copyright claim or whatever he was expecting to do. But that was a lie. Meghan does not impress me as someone who needs a weasel, a snake, a serpent to help her write a letter. I just cannot believe that. I won't accept that. Especially a letter to her father. Not a letter to a Fortune 500 company, her father. Could you imagine someone telling you, oh, here, I can help you write a letter to your father? You with a double major degree from Northwestern University probably don't need that kind of help, but no thank you anyway. So, yeah, they don't address it. It's so rare. It's so rare that anyone addresses what the royal family has done. And William, with these statements saying what he will and will not do, and this is coming from Kensington Palace. This is directly is directed at the Sussexes, and is designed to make William look strong and vital, to make him look relevant, to make him seem as though he has a commanding presence. Yes, and planting stories. Yeah, thank you very much. And planting stories. Leaking, briefing, and planting. And it has been continuous. Harry said, we said nothing for an entire year. We went on Oprah so that we could finally respond in a way that people could listen. And then, of course, gaslighting from the media, the tabloid media, twisting their words. I don't know where they get the Sussexes said they were racist. They never said racist. They never said that. Preoccupied with the baby's skin color, yes, if that's what it means, oh well. But they never directly said that. It was deliberately worded to tell their side of the story. Now, if that is something that the tabloid media believe to have been racist, then that is the tabloid media telling us what they think of the royal family, not Harry and Meghan. They did not say that. The thing is, if you are a person of African descent, and let's say for whatever reason you marry into a family which is known to some as being somewhat white supremacist, right? At least embraced by white supremacy, at the very least. If you marry into that family and all of a sudden people are mumbling about your baby's skin tone, the last thing that you would want is to have your children around people like that. Also, you would tell people that this is what happened. I mean, that way, at least it's a matter of the public record. So just in case something happens, well, there was that time when they warned us that they were preoccupied about the baby's skin color. You know, you need to say things like that just in case somebody gets the bright idea to take the titles away from your children. There are dozens of reasons why it was necessary to say that they were preoccupied about the children's skin color or the baby's skin color. You know, I was not going to share this today. I wasn't going to share this today, but it seemed like it was something for another time, but I'm going to share it with you. It was a slide that I made, and then I took it back out of the stack because, well, I'll let you see. Human rights peer, child of immigrants, post are my own views piece. Now that is what is it? Mural Hussein Ek, whatever her name is. That's what she says. Anyway, she posted this. This is my brother, Mehmet. He was brown skinned. He faced racism, stopped and searched his entire adult life, stopped and searched. I mean, the police would, stop him and check his pockets and everything. Also, in the US, we call it stop and frisk. Let's see. His entire adult life, he went through that, being stopped and searched. He became very depressed addicted to drugs and died of an overdose at age 30. I am fair skinned. I am of fairer skin and didn't suffer as he did. Don't tell me skin color isn't a distinct. Isn't a distinct. Shouldn't that be distinction? I don't know. But anyway, hashtag racism. Now, this is someone who is telling you of the experience that she had in her family. And that is a thing. Colorism is a thing. They're talking about that right now on the Gilded Age. So this kid, because of his skin tone, had been harassed his entire life. But his sister, not so much, because, well, her skin is lighter and she wasn't looked upon the same way. And that one British actor, I forget his name. Remember the one, I think, what is he from, Northern Ireland? No, I forgot where he was from. But remember how they used to tease him and said that his mother did it with the milkman and all that kind of stuff? Because even though both his parents are white, he and his brother look like they were of mixed race African descent. Now, he has become a very well-known actor, but his brother didn't fare so well. His brother, the police said, the door of the train was defective, and he fell out of the train and died. But of course, people don't really think that's the case. People think that he just did not want to exist anymore. And people do not realize the trauma that colorism, not just being Black, but colorism, where you're getting it from your own people on both sides of the family. People don't realize how painful that can be, what people go through when you're misidentified and they think you're one thing and not the other. That can be brutal. That could be very brutal. And so marrying into a family like that, let's face it, Harry is easy to love, and I would imagine easy for someone to fall in love with, and vice versa. Let's face it, Meghan is a prize. She is quite the prize. He fell in love with her. The big problem they had, though, the persistent problem, is their families, not just his family, their families. And it seems like racism exists on both sides of the family. I don't doubt that. And who would want to bring their children up in a situation where they're going to be othered? They couldn't even protect William from getting a skull fracture. What do you think they would do for Archie and Lily? Oh, well, there's been an accident. No, the F it ain't. There ain't been no accident. Lex says Meghan was more eloquent, brilliant, beautiful, graceful, and well as a rich American. She made them all seem insecure. She went against Brand Britain. Very well said, Lex. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, not easy being the smartest one in the room, even if you don't demonstrate it on purpose. It is what it is. I was just watching an interview with, of all people, Grace Kelly, Princess Grace of Monaco. And she mentioned how she was treated like an outsider, that she met some friends that were very sweet to her, and they were very kind to her, but she never felt as though she fit in, and that was something that was persistent. She also felt anti-Americanism, especially with the French. At the time, this interview was 1966, I think it was. At the time, there was a lot of anti-Americanism from the French, or at least the French government. So let's put all that together, right? And then let's throw in there, what if she was black, right? What if she was a black woman on top of everything else? Kind of like the fact that Albert, her Grace Kelly's husband, Albert, I mean, not her husband, the current Prince Albert. Prince Albert, her son, he fell in love with a black woman. He could never marry her, though, and we know why. We know why. They'd run him out of Monaco. And do I worry for his son? Of course I do. I have definitely worried for the black kid, because there are just some people who cannot tolerate the idea of this kid's privilege. That his father finally recognizes him as his child, right? And that in all likelihood, he's going to have a very privileged existence. But for some reason, because of his skin tone, there are people that's always going to feel like he doesn't deserve that. So that is going to make them more loyal to the rest of the family, even the other kids born out of the wedlock. But as for him, because of his skin tone, because of his African ancestry, I could not imagine the type of threats that he's received. And I'm sure he's gotten them. I'm sure of it. Because that always happens. Meghan's resume had them look in the mirror. Yes, Meghan's resume had them look in the mirror. Thank you, Legs. Especially when you consider that a couple of articles at the time, before the wedding, of course, was really boasting about everything Meghan had going for her. There was that one article from The Sun that said, someone that you should know. Here's someone you should know. And they were speaking about Meghan. All of these wonderful things about Meghan. I don't have to tell you, they turned on her. Not that they were really for her in the first place, but it was a great way to sell newspapers. Let me see if I can find that article. Let me see if I can find that article. I mean, it was a glowing article about the Duchess of Sussex. Someone you should know. It's kind of, and you know, it really mirrors the way Harry was treated before he married Meghan, and then the way he's been treated after. And I think they labor under this assumption that if they treat him bad enough, that he's going to leave her, not realizing that they are only strengthening the relationship. Harry is a team player. So he's not playing for that team anymore. He has a team of his own. He has a family of his own. And he's going to protect his family. He's going to protect his wife, and he's going to protect his children, whatever they think. Oh my goodness, what did I do with that article? Let me see here. But yeah, it was a glowing article, and not the kind that they would have ever written about that other one. They couldn't. There was nothing to write about. Okay, so I don't see it. Oh man, but I see that one. I'm not going to share that one though. All right. Sorry, no good. I don't see it. And I think I made a video out of that article. I am so sure I did. But oh well, never mind. Okay, let me see. Oh, thank you again, Lex. Let me take a look at some of your other comments here. Because she wasn't a mattress for the aristos. Yep. Let me see. Entertainment says if their self-esteem was intact, they wouldn't have to put others down to feel better about themselves. Hear, hear. Absolutely. What's that? They had Harry settle for less. The public was to believe that Harry and Meghan was in a place, but they had to settle for cottages. Meghan never had on a tiara other than her wedding. They had to denigrate her always. Yeah, and what about the earrings? What about the earrings? They loan her earrings. They tell her, oh, here, wear this. That was a setup. That was an institutional stitch up, as Harry likes to say. Kate had a part-time job at Jigsaw. It was a job that was hastily thrown in her path so that they could stop listening to the Queen complain about the fact she wasn't working. It was said that whenever Kate was working or supposed to be working, and William needed Kate for something, that she instantly got the day off. It was a vanity position, no different than William supposedly being the air rescue helicopter. And yet, if you listen to some of the people that worked with him, William, on many occasions that had nothing to do with the state, just did not show up. And even William took a helicopter. He just took it. He needed to go someplace. And because he's special, he just took the helicopter. So Kate's only real job was working on the yacht. And I will let your imagination tell you what her tasks were at the time. She worked on a yacht. And sometimes she would take late nights to take dictations. She would take dictations from Sir Richard Branson. whatever that entails. Yeah, parties or whatever. And of course, she was there for party pieces. So I guess you could say she was working. Yes, she was. Okay. Is this the article? Ah, darn it. I cannot find it. But it was a glowing article. Glowing. Let me see. Never mind. Okay. What is the story behind the earrings? They were the so-called blood diamond earrings. The palace suggested that she wear earrings when they went to the Oceania tour. And of course, it was a setup because then they were saying that that Meghan was the one who chose the earrings, even though she knew the history of them, that they were gifted to the royal family by some bloodthirsty sheik or something like that from the Middle East, as though Queen Elizabeth has ever turned down any jewelry from anybody. Do you know how many blood diamonds that family have in their collection? And then every time they wrote about it, they would say something about those blood-soaked earrings, the blood-drenched earrings, anything to conjure up negative feelings about the Meghan in some kind of way, as though she knew the history of those earrings and the trouble that it would cause. But she insisted. She pounded her fist. She threw knives until they finally gave her the earrings that she demanded. When the truth is, they were the ones who recommended the earrings. They were going to another country, right? And of course, nowadays, the royals don't usually wear tiaras. Only Queen Elizabeth and Camilla, they're the only ones who would go on a foreign trip and wear a tiara. Anyway, the rest of them don't usually do that anymore. So they suggested that she wear these dangle droop earrings, whatever they were, knowing that as it kind of like when they told Harry, oh, yeah, you can wear your uniform for the Queen's funeral, for the, what is it, the visitation. You can wear your uniform. And that was a setup. That was a setup because they knew that they were going to wait one day. It wasn't even a day, it was within hours. They started saying Harry did not have the Queen's cipher on his uniform. That was a setup. They did that on purpose. Just the same way they set up Meghan. They did that on purpose. And you know, the past couple of days, Professor Tim Wilson has been very angry at the way people have been calling him out about his coverage of Harry and Meghan. But the thing is, Tim Wilson is so heavily influenced by the Daily Mail, by the Sun, by the Express, he doesn't even hear himself picking a side. Now, he swears that he doesn't take sides, that he only wants what's best for the monarchy. But Tim Wilson is a monarchist, and there's nothing wrong with that. But he ignores the type of mistreatment that the Sussexes have been through. He will say something very vague and general, but the same way I just said, oh, Harry was set up with the uniform. Meghan was set up with the earrings. He doesn't know those details. And if he knows of it, he dare not speak of it. He just keeps saying, well, you know, there was something and that they could have done better. That's not good enough. You have to dive into the details. You have to name it. You have to name it. You have to explain in detail some of the microaggressions that they have thrown at the Sussexes. If you fail to do that, then you'll never understand the reasons why there is such a divide with the family right now. I have not heard Tim Wilson one time. Well, actually, did I hear him mention that? Well, he believes that Harry should have had his security, but he doesn't give the details of it. He just say, well, he's entitled. He doesn't say that Charles ripped the security away from him during the height of the pandemic, that they were abruptly called home, leaving them stranded in Canada. He doesn't mention that. He's very short on details. He's full of platitudes, but very short on details. I've never heard him mention anything about a particular courtier. He hasn't mentioned Jason Knopf. He hasn't mentioned Christian Jones, at least I don't recall. He doesn't seem to know the small things that turn into some very large things. And so his standpoint is almost like, well, you know, there's trouble on both sides. Well, there's blame on both sides. That's not good enough. The type of games that they have been playing with the Sussex, the type of ordeal that they have put them through, that is enough to cost someone their life. They could have been very badly injured in New York or worse. And nobody could tell me that that did not start with the royal household. There was a bounty for photos of the Sussexes. The family was so desperate to contain them and to keep them from making headlines that somehow there was the press chasing them up the streets of New York, chasing them down the streets of New York. And people who don't know better, they just don't want to believe that anybody would do something like that. It happened to Diana. If I understand tort law, a law which comes from where? Britain, tort law. A law that says, but for the fact that people put a high price on photos for Princess Diana, she might still be alive. But for the fact that someone offered a lot of money for images of the Sussexes, they wouldn't have been involved in that chase, but for the fact. Now, all you got to do is go and find the butt. Find out who the butt is. Find out who's offering money for photos like that. Isn't it strange that given the serious nature of that event, it just hasn't happened anymore? Isn't that strange? Harry hasn't mentioned it. Meghan hasn't mentioned it. There must have been some type of conclusion. There must have been some awakening that comes from that. But it was a very dangerous situation. And did the royal family speak out about it? No. Did Charles speak out on behalf of his child, his grandchildren, his daughter-in-law? No. They said nothing. A life-threatening experience like that, and the palace, who they seem to think the Sussexes need their protection and that they need to come back there so that we can keep abusing them, when they were being harassed by blacked out SUVs and electric bikes and such, what did they do? Nothing. What did they say? Nothing. But something went terribly wrong that night, because the photos that went online in the Daily Mail or whoever, all of a sudden those photos are gone. Now, of course, I saved them. A lot of the squaddies saved them. But the photos are gone. They took them down. And they would only do something like that if they know that they were busted, that they had done something. They went way too far that time. And let's just say they had a mayor in New York at the time, as well as some people in law enforcement, that were not playing along with them, that wasn't going to look the other way, as evident by the fact that now when they go to New York, they tend to get everything they need. It's a non-issue now. It's one of the safest places they can go. The palace said nothing. Their lives were threatened on the streets of New York, and the palace said nothing. And the message that they are sending to George, to Charlotte, and to Louis, and whoever else comes along, the York grandchildren, the message that they sent that night was, we're not going to protect you. If you're not in that first line to wear the crown, we're not going to protect you. They said it loud and clear. They said it without saying it. We will not protect you. They learned absolutely nothing from Princess Diana. William does not love his brother. He does not value his brother. He doesn't care about his brother. He only cares about himself. His family is not just his family. His children and his wife, they're possessions. They're an appendage. They're an extension of his ego. That's all he cares about. And as long as they're doing what he says, they'll be safe. But I can't imagine that if those kids decide to walk a different path in life, I couldn't imagine that they should assume they're safe, because the palace is demonstrating right now, just like some kind of protection racket. If you're not doing as we say, you're not safe. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, the Queen gave those kids really nice homes, didn't she? Did you see the Wessex house? And it's not just the house. There's other properties. There's other cottages and stuff on the property. It's never just a house. There's other cottages on those properties. Even Adelaide Cottage has another cottage behind it. Oh, you're talking about hello, hello. That Elliot. uh yeah, the professor uses the Sussexes to get attention. You know, there's an old saying, there's no fool like an old fool. And he's an old fool. He is an old fool. Um, and like I said, I don't have a problem with him being a monarchist. That's fine. But don't make up stuff. Don't overlook the obvious. How many times has the professor said this and that and this and that and Meghan? He always throws and Meghan. Meghan is always added on. Meghan is like a condiment for him. It's like adding ketchup or mustard. He'll say something about Harry. He'll say something about William. He'll say something about Charles and Camilla and then Meghan. What is Meghan supposed to be, a pack of ketchup? What do you mean, and Meghan? He always does that. And Meghan. Oh, man. Is that right? 56 cottages on the Windsor property? All of those grace and favor homes? That's how you keep people loyal. That's how you keep them loyal. Those grace and favor properties are like a loyalty test. As long as you stay on these properties, we know you're going to do as you're told. And if you're lucky, we'll let you retire and keep the property. I believe that. I believe they had something to do with it. I don't doubt they had something to do with it. Absolutely wickedness. Absolute wickedness. Thank you, Helen G. Thank you very much for doing that. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, sorry. Well, tiaras have kind of gone out of fashion anyway. And the truth is, Meghan may never wear a tiara again. She may never wear one again. And I would love to see Meghan in a tiara, but I could also imagine that she'll probably never wear one again. But you know, if her husband surprises her with a tiara, or you know, whatever the case may be, I would like to see that. I would like to see that. Okay, let me take this away and get back over to where I was here. That was Carol Malone. Wait a minute, what is this one? Oh yeah, we were talking about this one just now. So let me see, was I done with that article? Okay, this one is actually kind of short. Let's do this one. It's only 1 minute long. So let's do this one. This is Prince Harry speaking to Anderson Cooper.
One of the criticisms that you've received is that, well, okay, fine, you want to move to California, you want to step back from the institutional role. Why be so public? You say you tried to do this privately.
And every single time I've tried to do it privately, there have been briefings and leakings and planting of stories against me and my wife. You know, the family motto is never complain, never explain. But it's just a motto. And it doesn't really hold.
There's a lot of complaining and a lot of explaining.
And
private being done through leaks.
Through leaks. They will feed or have a conversation with the correspondent. And that correspondent will literally be spoon-fed information and write the story. And then at the bottom of it, they will say that they've reached out to Buckingham Palace for comment. But the whole story is Buckingham Palace commenting. So when we're being told for the last 6 years, we can't put a statement out to protect you, but you do it for other members of the family, there becomes a point when silence is betrayal.
One of the criticisms that you've received is that.
There you go. And so the book Spare was a second attempt, or is it the third? It was a third attempt from the Sussexes to deal with the leaking and briefing. Everyone is telling their story except for them. They tried to neutralize things, or at the very least, tell their story with the Oprah interview. Then, of course, there was the docuseries, which was held back because the Queen died, right? And let's face it, I cannot count how many times the Sussexes have a project and either they have to delay it or they have to redo it or something. It's always something. It doesn't happen to other people in the family that often, just Harry and Meghan. Either they delay it or people are saying they should have delayed it. So they had to delay the release of the docuseries. Or was it his book? Am I thinking the book or the docuseries? It was one of those. I think it was the book. Yeah, I think he had to redo the book. He had to rewrite part of the book. So the book was the third attempt to set the record straight. And in some cases, they really did cease from repeating the same lie over and over. They kind of backed off of some of those things. Not the Derangers, of course, but at least the Royal Rhoda. It's not without risk. And I don't want to see them put at risk. But if that is a choice that they make, that they will risk whatever, the backlash is so that they could tell their truth. I mean, I absolutely do respect them for that because it's necessary. If you don't define who you are and you allow your opponent to define who you are, that's all people are going to remember is that is you're who they say you are. Not what you say or who you say you are, but what your enemy is saying. You should never allow your enemy to define you. They know Harry has all the information on them, yet they believe they can force him into submission. Yeah. And I do believe that some of these things were not just a basic leak. We all know that with the Oprah Winfrey interview, some of the people in the tabloids literally threatened them. They were publicly threatened in the tabloids. Now it's our turn. What was the other one? Don't expect any mercy. Another car wreck interview just like Diana. Those were threats from the tabloid media. The tabloid media go into these conferences with the royal household and they come out of it with threats. You spend enough time with Camilla and then you picture Meghan being paraded through the streets naked. That didn't happen in a bubble. That was a very public conversation with more than just two people. That involved several people. That's why I say you can never downplay how dangerous those people are. They're very dangerous people. And just turning your back on them is not an answer. That's not a solution. Keep your friends close and keep your enemies closer. Mm, 400 pages omitted out of the book. That's something to think about, ain't it? That is something to think about. Where are those 400 pages? It's a nasty business, but you know, you have to fight your corner. Otherwise, not only will they do the best they can to destroy you, they have no respect for you either. Okay, so let's listen to this professor. We got our own professor. We don't need Tim Wilson anymore. We have a professor.
Oh my God. We need to talk about the Meghan Markle interview. Oh my God. Oh my God. My name is Trish. I'm a private firm life coach, and I have a bullshit meter that is so tuned in. And as somebody that works in authenticity, if I don't fucking speak to this, I'm never going to forgive myself. I'm never going to forgive myself. I'm never going to forgive myself if I don't speak to this shit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Meghan Markle did an interview recently with a woman named Jamie Kern. No judgments. Sisters doing the best they can. Girls doing the best they can. They're just having a girl consciousness first talking. You know, I don't even know what just happened to my physical body when I watched that. And this is not a judgment. This was a somatic response. As a person that works in authenticity, if I don't speak to this, I'm out of integrity. I'm literally out of integrity.
Girl, you can't be out of something you never had. Let's cut the bullshit. Trish Law isn't trauma informed. She's attention starved. And that meltdown she posted about Meghan, that wasn't integrity. That wasn't insight. That was an unregulated adult temper tantrum being passed off as coaching jargon. She called it a somatic response. No, it was a full-blown emotional spiral over two women talking calmly, thoughtfully, with care. And because they didn't fall apart for the camera, Trish decided they were fake. She kept saying, I'm not judging, while judging every second. The tone, the energy, the styling, the frequency, whatever that's supposed to mean. It wasn't critique, it was ego, it was control, and it was embarrassing. She says she works in authenticity, then let's define it. Authenticity is not universal. It's not one size fits all. The textbook definition is being true to one's own character, spirit, or personality. Not Trisha's version, not mine, not yours. It's internal, it's personal, it's subjective. What's authentic for one person may look completely different for someone else. For some people, authenticity looks like tears. For others, it looks like stillness. For some, it's oversharing. For others, it's holding the line. Authenticity is what feels honest for you, not what makes Trish feel comfortable. But Trish can't tolerate anything that doesn't mirror her. So she lashed out, calls it inauthentic, and pretend that it's some noble act of service in the self-help space. It's not. It's arrogance. You say you're trauma-informed? Where are your credentials? Where's your license? Where's your accredited training? Because what I saw was a woman shouting into a camera, visibly dysregulated, using coaching as a cover for a personal vendetta. You didn't coach through a trigger. You became the trigger. You turned your discomfort into a crusade. You tried to make someone else's interview about you. You called it self-indulgent, while hijacking the conversation to force your opinion into a space you weren't invited into. And that's the irony, isn't it? You keep asking, where's the authenticity? While refusing to accept that not everyone performs it the way you do. Here's the truth. Meghan doesn't owe you a breakdown. Jamie doesn't owe you a tearful testimonial. You don't get to decide what's real for anyone but yourself. And your version looked like projection, instability, and bitterness. So let's stop pretending you're leading. You're not. You're reacting loudly, aggressively, and dangerously. You use emotional intensity to mask the fact that you have no depth, no range, no framework, just vitriol and volume. You want to talk about integrity? Then start by sitting the fuck down and asking why women being soft, clear, and at peace made you so violently uncomfortable. Because until you answer that, you're not coaching. You're unraveling publicly, and we're all watching.
Bitter. And you know, somebody needs to say it. Bitter. Bitter, bitter, bitter.
Bitter. They are so bitter. Very bitter. Very, very bitter. You guys could not see the video, of course. I don't know if you heard it, but at a certain point, she was slapping the back of her hand into her other hand. That's how triggered she was at Meghan and Lima's interview. She was so triggered that she was literally smacking her hands to get this aggression out of her, this frustration, this explosiveness that she was feeling because she was so triggered because of what she perceived as a lack of authenticity. Meghan sat there with no makeup on, and a woman who started a beauty, a makeup line, she's sitting there with no makeup on. I don't know how much more authentic you can get. I mean, they removed their makeup to the world, and they sat there and they spoke from the heart. And yet, some bleach blonde, bad built, butch body Trisha comes along, or Trish Law, who what is that? Coaches authenticity. Coaches authenticity. Do you get medical with that? Does that entail a 401k? What comes with an authenticity coach? How do I get a license in authenticity? I don't know where to go for that. But she was so triggered, she's literally slapping her hands together, trying to get this out because her words were not enough. She had to bring that bad built, butch body, bleach blonde, bad built body into it too. a keyboard warrior. Uh, her content is observations about anyone and everyone who's not her. Who critiques her? Oh, I know. The notorious, what is it, JDT or whatever? How do you say it? That's who critiques her. As well, he should. I'm glad he did. She'll be back. She'll be back. The thing is, if you're going to critique someone, at least have the words to do it. Don't just tell us how you feel. Tell us what the offenses are. Tell us how it affects your life. How does it affect your life that that Lima speaks the way that she speaks? The Duchess of Sussex is speaking the way that she was speaking. What is it about their words that triggered you so much? What triggered you? What caused you to become so unhinged that you can't stop thinking about it? That you're literally smacking your hands together trying to get it out. I don't understand that. It bothers you so bad that you're literally sitting there like a seal. You're sitting there like a seal, smacking your hands together because you just can't get this out. You're so unhinged with frustration that you got to use your body. Obviously, your brain ain't working, so you're using your body, and you're bouncing up and down in your seat, trying to get this feeling out of you because you're so triggered. God, I wonder what happens if you get her order wrong at a restaurant. Does she sit there and start slapping her hands together? I told you medium rare. I told you no ice. I just want a Pepsi, no ice. What is what is her life right now? Good God. I mean, I didn't know so many people like that exist. And then the other thing is, there are so many people that are saying the exact same thing. They don't know what bothers them, but something bothers them. And it has to do with Meghan, whether she is doing a lifestyle show or whether we haven't seen her for 4 months. Meghan bothered people just as much when we didn't see her for 2 months, for 4 months, as she bothers people when she's out and about. How is that possible that you could tick off all those people and no one is seeing you? You almost forget what her voice sounds like. And then when she does come back, you're not more triggered. It's the same. It was the same when she didn't say anything. It's the same that she says something. That's what was so frustrating about the Frogmore, is that all those months at Frogmore, there was no sightings of Meghan, yet every day there was someone in the tabloid media telling us what she's thinking, telling us what her intentions are, how she was decorating the house. Her mother's coming to move in. And that's like one of the biggest nightmares for MAGA Brexit women, is that a Black woman's mother is going to move into the house. Whether it's the White House or Frogmore Cottage, it is something about that is so triggering that they become so unhinged. They start bouncing around like Roger Rabbit, frothing at the mouth, flapping their arms like a duck, out of the fear that they will spend time with their mother. What is it about that is so triggering? I mean, it's like the sight of Doria is so unhinging, so triggering, so worrisome for people. What? She has a mother? As if to say Doria didn't have a life of her own. Doria doesn't have a house of her own. Doria doesn't have friends of her own. Prince Harry must make peace now before William becomes king or risk exile. Prince Harry holds fears of a UK banishment, according to a royal expert, no less, who thinks the Duke of Sussex would like to heal the royal family rift. And almost in the same breath, the same tabloid media is telling us Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are never moving back to the UK. This is no different from William and Kate were blindsided by the, what do they call it? The summit. They were blindsided by that summit with King Charles and Prince Harry's aides. And then by the end of the same day, the same tabloids report Prince William certainly had to give approval. Prince William surely had to give his approval. He had to sign off on any type of meeting that has taken place between the people representing the Sussexes and the people representing Buckingham Palace. He had to sign off on it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. So which one of those are true? Which one of those are true? Or are they both true? He knew and he didn't know. He signed off on it, or he didn't care, and he just didn't know. Which one of those is true? I can guarantee you that both came out of Kensington Palace. Both versions of that came from Kensington Palace. The one where he didn't know and the one where he knew all about it, and he gave his blessing. But I promise you, both of those came out of Kensington Palace. Collectively, Kensington Palace is a personality disorder. Their approach to things is barely coherent and somewhat schizophrenic. What they know, what they feel, what they do depends on the time of day. Really, it depends on the time of day. I'm so sick of these people, I don't know what to do. Do you hear me? Sick! I'm just sick of them. They're working my last nerve. I have to laugh, though, to keep from crying. I mean, in a way, it is kind of funny to me because of the audacity of it. The authority in which they lie and manipulate is unbelievable. We talked about this yesterday. By the way, you guys, I am just about done. I think I have just 3 more things left. Coldplay Kiss Cams scandal has taken the internet by storm. Even government departments and a hugely popular restaurants are using the viral content to promote their own products. The awkward image at Coldplay Boston show on Wednesday evening of astronomer CEO Andy Byron intimately hugging his company's head of HR, Kristen Cobbett, on a roaming kiss cam went instantly viral. Having released they were being filmed, realized they were being filmed, Cabot darted out of Byron's arms and turned her back on the camera, while the CEO ducked down out of sight, causing Coldplay frontman Chris Martin to joke on stage that they must be having an affair. Or they're very shy, is what he said. They must be having an affair or they're very shy. So there you go. There's a restaurant. I think that's in Australia, right? A little something on the side. Enter promotion code Coldplay for a free regular side of any main. Yeah, so if you go to that restaurant, if you go to that restaurant, is the name of it a little something on the side or on the side? Is that the name of the restaurant? I don't know what the name of it is. But yeah, you can go there and use that promo code and you're going to get exactly what you got coming. That is clever. That is the funniest thing that I've seen since the one about William. Remember that one? Let me see. Oh yeah, this one that they the one for William. Remember that one? William, we saved you a seat. That was after that whole pegging thing. That is the funniest thing that I've seen since that one. Okay, you guys, how did this turn into 3 hours? Oh my goodness, look at that, you guys. Somebody knocked the license plate off of this classic vehicle. I think it's a Chrysler Grand Fury or something like that. Somebody knocked the license plate off of it. Oh my goodness. I wonder how the other car looks, as I say coyly, as I don't know it yet. But anyway, gee, I wonder how the other car looks. Oh, that's the other car. That's the other car. Would you look at the other car? Look at that. They managed to knock the license plate off of that car, but the car behind them is totaled. Absolutely totaled. The front end is now the back end. And the back end is down the block. Can you believe that? Look at that. My goodness. Oh, well. As they say, they don't make them like they used to. They just don't make them like they used to. I mean, look at the minimal damage there. This car has lost a license plate. This car has lost a car. Now, see, that is what happens when you have the old-fashioned chassis. Remember how they used to have the old chassis and everything? Now with these unibodies, they fold like a deck chair. Yeah, they fold like a deck chair. And lastly, this is the last thing I have. I don't think that's as ever, but it looks like the future queen consort is enjoying some type of beverage, alcohol beverage. I'm not sure what it is, but I think she's going to make a great queen. She is. She's going to be a fantastic queen. Yeah. I think that Britain will be in safe hands. As a matter of fact, look at the size of those hands. If those hands cannot keep you safe, nobody can. I mean, those are safe hands. Those hands could palm a basketball. Yeah, though I would say those are safe hands. So uh look like they buy their hair from the same place, don't they? Look like they buy their hair from the exact same place. Oh well. Now all they got to do is fix the voice. For real, for real. They just need to fix that voice. Because I don't care what anybody say, I still hear Bruce. I mean, I'm seeing Caitlin, but I'm hearing Bruce. Jacqueline, good night. Thank you so much. Let me see. I'll take a look at a couple of your comments. That could be either Camilla or Kate, huh? Past the as ever apricot biscuit, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Oh, I cannot wait until I get my apricot. I cannot wait. Yes, Connie Bomber, that's exactly who it is. That's exactly who it is. I got confused. I thought that was the current Princess Awel, but I think I pulled the wrong picture out. I got confused. I think. Um So Connie Bomber, I know you're gonna go back and watch the beginning. So yeah, I was gonna I'll let you watch it on your own. Well, I mean, there's a couple of things. Let me see. Let me see what I find here. Okay. No, I don't want to spoil it for you. Let me just go back there. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hi, Ella Parker. I hope the wine will be available in the UK for Christmas. I hope so too. I do hope so. As a matter of fact, I hope all of the products are available. That would be great. Well, you guys, it's new and it's going to take time for them to build up things because they're doing things in small batches. That's the best way to maintain quality. Scaling up and maintaining quality can be very difficult. So, one of the things I love about like some of the frozen dinners, some of them are really good, especially when they're made in small batches. But when they're, something industrial, then it's a mess. But what is I forgot which kind it is, but I've had some very good luck with a lot of the like the Indian inspired frozen meals or the you know, a lot of those Mediterranean dishes. Some of those are really good. They have some great ones at Trader Joe's, of course. One of the good things about Trader Joe's, I don't know if you guys know this, but yes, there are a lot of products that have ingredients that are comparable to any other uh, you know, store or products. But one of the things I really appreciate about Trader Joe's is that I have not found anything that uses corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup. It seems like everything that they have is made with good old fashioned cane sugar. So, or sometimes they'll use like fruit juices, but I don't think I've ever seen anything that contained high fructose corn syrup. So that way, when I buy a cookie, I don't feel so guilty. I don't feel as guilty if I buy some cookies from Trader Joe's. Creative Life, how are you? Oh no, they drove up the street with your wine? Please tell me that didn't happen. 10,000 or more wine bottles. If you suggest that each person gets only 3, they will need places in Europe. Oh, okay. Well, I know that it was like um the wine came out of a few select what barrels or whatever, and they bottled what they could from that. So yeah, I mean you can't just you know what I'm saying? I mean, okay, maybe by Christmas they may come up with another. I mean, it's not impossible. They could come up with another blend because some of those wineries, they have like barrels that are just waiting for the need, right? So, and then of course, the bad thing is because of as ever, a lot of people who wanted rosé, they're going to go to other sources, whether it's out of frustration or whatever. They may have been holding out for as ever and didn't get it, so they're going to buy something else, and I think that's going to actually help the whole wine business. I mean, it usually works like that, where an entire industry feels some kind of uptick in sales. Oh yeah, let's not forget about that. A friend of mine asked me to order a battery for their bike, right? For their e-bike, right? And she was like, the batteries are so expensive now. I wonder why they're so expensive. And I didn't know the difference because I never priced one. And then I told her, I'm like, I think it has something to do with the tariffs because it does have to come from China. That particular battery has to come from China. And yeah, so whatever the batteries were before, now the price is higher. Yes, he was a good looking guy, wasn't he? He was a very good looking guy. Creative Life says, hi, Baron. Legs, I was home both times too. I watched my camera and he was on my porch. 10 seconds max. Oh, Lord. Oh, okay. Let's see. Whatever she sells will have to be the year prior, earlier. This is why the Rosé was 2023. The type of wine depends on the age. I didn't know that. Okay, thank you for that. Okay. Okay, I'll do what I can. I promise I'll do what I can. Okay. Oh, okay. A business has to go through several certifications, and that takes time. And loops, this is normal. It's not about quantity. All right. Oh my goodness. But you do have it though, right? I had a FedEx guy left my phone um, unattended. I said I was on my way, and he left it sitting on the side, in plain sight where anybody could have seen it. And I just happened to get there in time to see that he was still out, but he wasn't near and I'm just like, oh, the idea of it. The idea of it that somebody could have just saw it sitting there. Yeah, he seemed to be in a bit of a hurry and just, oh my God, I hate to even think about it. That made me so angry. Let me see. I was surprised too. I guess that many didn't know what to expect. I received an email from As Ever telling me it was coming. Yes, that's what I was thinking too, is that it should not be sitting out in the sun. It really shouldn't, especially with 14.5%. Especially with 14.5% alcohol. Could you imagine? You get home, your house might be sitting in the middle of the street. You know what I'm saying? You rushing home to get that box, and there you see a mushroom cloud. That's that 14.5% alcohol. Well, this is why I had to start using a mailbox store, is because I couldn't trust them to deliver things. And that really got to be frustrating. I had ordered something one time, and unfortunately, I could not seem to put the complete address. I could not put the complete address, and they just, the way they left it, it was stolen. I was so frustrated. But I tell you a thing that happened. Okay, so I ordered something from Amazon. Do you know that the delivery person takes it into the store, takes a picture of it, picks it up again, and walks right back out the door with it? And so, of course, it was on camera. It was not very expensive. It was not very expensive. But the person put it down and picked it up. And they're not the only one. Now, this was not a regular Amazon driver. I believe this was a contractor. But regardless of whether it was a contractor or not, I told Amazon, I said, listen, I have the video. That person stole my package. They didn't even want to hear it. They just gave me a refund. It wasn't valuable enough to fuss over. But that's not limited to Amazon. Even the food delivery, sometimes they will put the food down, take a picture, and then pick it up and walk away with it. NJ, good morning to you. You guys, I miss Lady Sussex. I think about her almost every day, if not every day. I hope she's well. I hope she's okay. By the way, Celibici was on today, you guys. Celibici. You guys remember Celibici? They were on today. I'm going to grab the link and put that up for you. Oh, I didn't put any links up today, did I? Did I? No, I didn't. Okay. This is the link for Celibici. And it's only 30 minutes long, so do watch it when you get a chance to, or listen to it. They have been following the royals for a very long time, and they have a lot of good insight. Oh, I got to put that up there at the top, don't I? Okay, there it is at the top of the chat. Hey, Dorothy Ross. Hello, everybody. Better late than never. Absolutely. Absolutely. Join the party. Yes, some of the delivery people, they take your stuff. They'll take it. Well, you know what? If they're going to eat my food, I'd rather they take it with them than to reach their hand inside and take one of my chicken wings or something. Yep, I'd rather they do that. Just take the whole thing. It's so crazy though, because why would you take something on camera while you're in uniform? I'm embarrassed to tell you what was stolen from me. I'm embarrassed. But I'll tell you. You know how the car windows have that steep angle where you can hardly reach, the back window? You can hardly reach the front window. You have to almost do a handstand or do some kind of contortion. I tell you what, it's not pretty watching me bent over inside the car trying to reach those windows. So rather than to cause an accident from somebody looking at this over-caffeinated, chubby baby boomer twisting and turning, trying to reach the corners of the window, I bought one of those. It's like a little triangle shaped thing, and you can change the pads. You put the window cleaner on it, and you can reach all the way down in the corner. Well, I bought one of those, and so the genius that was supposed to deliver it sat it down on the counter, took a picture, and walked right back out the door with it. You could see the ladies at the shop. They're looking like, first they greeted the person, and then he said something, and then he walked back out with it, and they just froze with confusion, trying to figure out what was that about. And at first I told the lady, I was like, I don't want to call them. It's such a hassle. Don't worry about it. She said, no, we're going to look at the videotape and we're going to figure out what happened. So she did. I guess that's a good idea because, God forbid she would have someone that's a thief working for her. Well, it turns out that the delivery person just took my window brush right back out the door with them. Now, who would do something as silly as that? I mean, what did they think it was? The Hope Diamond? Did they think it was a Rolex? And if that person did it inside of a mailbox store, God only knows what happens to stuff that's supposed to go to someone's house. But there are some people that's just so low class that they will get a job like that with the express purpose of stealing. I like UPS though. Usually the UPS guy is the same one that works that neighborhood every day. Yeah, Celibici was great, wasn't it? Let me see here. Oh, that more recent one, right? The girl had said she didn't get her food, and she's like, there's your cup right there. She said, I see you got your drink. And she said, you're going to be famous on social media or TikTok or whatever. How embarrassing losing your job like that. There was a video like that a long time ago where the guy had delivered some food and they said they didn't get their food. And oh man, that was terrible. No, I didn't. Let me see. Let me go back and take a look. Okay. The better wines come from the years when there is a drought. I don't know if people remember that it was a drought in 2023. Check wine for drought conditions. It does depend on the type of wine, too. No, I didn't know that. I did not know that. But it makes sense, though, because they say every little thing affects the wine. They say that you can grow grapes on either side of the road, and one will have more of this taste, the other one will have more of that taste. And wine grapes, they don't like a lot of water anyway, because they say that the vineyards are better if they're on a slope, if you're in an area that slopes, where the water can run off instead of pooling in the ground or whatever. They say that makes a difference. And of course, the soil, all that kind of stuff. Everything affects the taste. Yes, Hazel Jones, that is so true. That is so true. And especially nowadays, um, here in the US, a lot of pharmacies are closing. A lot of pharmacies are closing. And just like they say food desert, there are pharmaceutical deserts where there are so few pharmacies for miles. Like after the Walmart put everybody out of business in a town, the ma and pa stores are gone, the pharmacy, the general store, all those stores are gone. And then Walmart's like, well, you know what? It's been a good run. We're closing. Then you don't even have the Walmart. And so if the Walmart is gone, guess what? The pharmacy goes with it. Now, I do know of one case where they actually had a Walmart pharmacy that was in this big building. There used to be a Walmart store, but only the pharmacy was open because the community would have been without a pharmacy. I like the good old fashioned Rexall. Remember Rexall pharmacies? You're old if you've ever been to a Rexall. Oh, okay. Oh, very cool. What's that? There are a lot of slopes in Napa and Sonoma County. Ah, the Golden Hills. Got it. Got it. Oh, really? All of them? Oh my goodness, that's terrible. Yeah, it's like that. In most countries, the high street is dead. The high street is dead. There are so few places where there's a thriving high street. Um, if you were from Chicago, if I said State Street, you would know that what State Street used to have the busiest corner, busiest intersection in the world. State and Madison. They used to say that was the world's busiest intersection. And all the shops on State Street. I mean, literally, the modern department store was born on State Street. Marshall Fields, and of course, if you guys have been to Selfridge's department store in London, Selfridges actually started in Chicago. Gordon G. Selfridge. He was from Wisconsin. And when his father died, he and his mother and his brother relocated to Chicago. And he got a job as a stock boy at a dry goods store, which was owned by Potter Palmer. Eventually, he worked for Marshall Fields and Company. Marshall Fields bought out all of his partners, and Gordon Selfridge eventually worked his way up to management. He came up with a lot of clever ideas, and eventually he managed to create his own department store. But it didn't last long because of all the competition. But he had took a trip to the UK, and he felt like the thing that they were missing in the UK was a good old-fashioned American department store. So he built Selfridges right there on Oxford Street. And the rest, of course, is history. He even used an American architect to design the store so that it would function just like an American department store. So the last time I went to London, I made it a point to go to Selfridges. And for those of you guys from Chicago, Selfridge married, I forgot her first name, but her last name was Buckingham, as in Buckingham Fountain, that Buckingham. They were like an aristocratic Chicago family. The Buckinghams, the McCormicks, the Palmers, all of those names from back in the Gilded Age. Well, they were one of those families. So Clarence Buckingham is who the fountain, the famous fountain, is named for, Clarence Buckingham. And I think he died in World War I or something like that. I can't remember. But anyway, Clarence Buckingham is the reason why there's Buckingham Fountain. When Queen Elizabeth first came to Chicago, you know, they took the Britannia through the Great Lakes, right? When they went to the city of Chicago, where the Queen landed on the lakeshore is where the Buckingham Fountain is located, which I thought was kind of ironic that the Queen goes all the way to Chicago and she steps up on the shore, and the first thing she runs into is Buckingham Fountain. It's true about the soil. Some wines that were made before or after an incident can't be replicated due to the changes in the soil. No two batch years taste the same if the climate change. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the Buckinghams, they were one of those wealthy families. And Gordon Selfridge married one of the Buckingham daughters. And you guys, that fountain was actually designed to resemble one of the fountains at Versailles. That was the inspiration for it, was the Palace of Versailles. And for a long time, it was the largest fountain of its kind anywhere in the world. Yeah, I like the history of the city where all of the it's amazing the names that come up because another prominent family in Chicago was the Honore family, and there's a street that's named Honore. And Bertha Honore married Potter Palmer, and the Palmer House Hotel, of course, is named for Potter Palmer. So even though he was a dry goods merchant, he actually built the hotel later on. And let's see, if you guys have watched, what is the name of that? The Gilded Age, they mentioned a name Drexel. The Drexel family is like a very prominent family, or at least they were a very prominent family in New York, right? Well, there's a street in Chicago that's named Drexel Boulevard because Chicago was trying to attract one of the Drexels to move to Chicago. And they even built a fountain, which is actually the oldest public fountain in the city. And it is a fountain of George Drexel or whatever the heck his name was. But anyway, the funny thing is Drexel never visited Chicago. Not only did he not move here, he never even visited Chicago. He stayed in New York, but they were trying to woo him to the city. So they named a street after him, a boulevard, no less, and even made a fountain. And he never showed up. Did you guys know that the Waldorf Astoria, where the original Waldorf Astoria was built, is where the Empire State Building is today? Because there was the Astor Hotel and there was the Waldorf Hotel, and the two brothers were competing against each other. One brother built the Astor Hotel was built to spite the other brother, to block the view from their mansion. So the other brother decided, well, I'm going to build a hotel right next door to yours, and I'm going to call it the Waldorf. And so they decided to put away their petty squabble, and they combined forces, and hence the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Oh, Queen Stroll. Now, see, when you say Queen Stroll, you know what I'm thinking, right? That sounds like a place where you can get a date, the Queen Stroll. Yeah, that sounds like a different kind of queen in my opinion. What kind of queens are they? Well, the area, I used to tell people this joke. The area where Queen Elizabeth visited in Chicago, they call that the Queen's Landing, right? And I used to tell people that they call it Queen's Landing because of Queen Elizabeth. It has nothing to do with the first time Elton John came to Chicago. Nothing at all. Different queen. Yep, that's the wrong queen. Let me see here. Oh, thank you, Lit, for Sussex. That's one of my favorite things is history, architecture. Those are like my favorite things. Okay, so there's a Concord grape, right? That's the only one I know is Concord. What are the other? Concord and green? I'm not going to cheat and look. I only know Concord. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to bring some clarity. That's all. I know. I was thinking that when I got done, I'm like, we should have just went to members only, right? If it wasn't so late, I would do that. We could just like start over again with a members only. But we've already been on for so long. Okay, so Concord, was it Kataba and Nagara? Nagara? Okay. Yeah, the only one that I've ever heard of was Concord. But I do know that there are two kinds of coffee beans. There is the Robusto and the Arabica. The Arabica bean is the one that most coffee is made from. The Robusto bean tastes kind of funky. So sometimes they'll blend the Robusto, but generally they use the Arabica bean. I learned that when I used to be a barista. And really, growing coffee is a lot like grapes in that the climate affects the flavor. Like in some regions, the coffee is more acidic. It has more of a fruity taste. Some places it has more of a cocoa taste. Everything affects the way the coffee tastes. And just like with some wines, they blend the coffees. And the most expensive, of course, is the one that comes from that animal poop. I forgot what they call that. But aside from that, the Jamaica Blue Ridge is usually more expensive. And a good blend of Kona coffee is usually more expensive. But coffee grows better any place where there's been like volcanic activity, even if it was a million years ago. But volcanic soil is usually the best for coffee. And coffee beans grow in very cool temperatures, and they grow on hillsides or mountainsides. Like when they say it's mountain grown, it really does thrive in the mountains. Can you pay members only instead of monthly, a 1 year? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm embarrassed to say the only thing I know is the monthly. I don't think that they accept anything for like a yearly. As far as I know. But you know, one of the reasons why I got rid of the Patreon is that it caused a lot of confusion. Some people with the Patreon would ask me why their membership badge doesn't show up or why they couldn't use the stickers because it's not affiliated with YouTube, right? And plus, the Patreon Patreon is good if you're making like one video a week. But if you're doing anything like daily like that, it is too much work. You'd have to hire someone to manage your Patreon. Because it's like having another channel. So when you hear people say that they have something extra on the Patreon, yeah, but it's like you're doing a whole nother channel. So I don't bother with it. Plus, I always hear people say that if you get a membership from YouTube, that they keep more money. I don't really care about that. I would rather you get the acknowledgement that you deserve. I would rather you have the use of the badges and stuff like that. Plus, if I do a members only video and you don't have a membership to the YouTube, you wouldn't be able to access the membership like that. So that's the big difference. If you do a membership through Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee or something like that, you don't get access to the members only for that channel. So to me, it's too much of a headache. And I'd rather just do it through the YouTube. Whatever YouTube keeps, YouTube has made a platform available for me. And if that's the cost of doing business, that's the cost of doing business. So I don't trip about it. Unless I go out and start my own network, then you have to deal with the cards that have been dealt. So not a big deal for me. So if you do want to do a membership, do it through the YouTube. I haven't even done a membership thing for the Buy Me a Coffee. There's no way to do a membership with Buy Me a Coffee because I don't want to mislead people to think that they could use the other perks and it's not available to you. So that is why I gave up the Patreon and I don't use the Buy Me a Coffee membership. It's more trouble than what it's worth. I only started it in the first place because I saw other content creators had it, but it's not a good fit for me. No, I saw that fool. I saw him with all that play acting. Maureen does not impress me as a person that gags on anything. Okay? He does not impress me as that kind of person that is so dainty. So all of that play acting that he did was a waste of everybody's time. They struggled. Now, the one lady, she said, it's fine. Now, what's funny about her is that she say, I don't usually drink. I bet you that heifer turned that bottle up as soon as they said, cut, that's a wrap. I bet you she turned that bottle up so fast. How much you want to bet? She was literally holding the bottle upside down, hoping to get them last couple of drops. And as for Maureen, I'm pretty sure Maureen was the one who brought the bottle in the first place because he got the 3-pack. And then the other thing that gets me is that Maureen was sitting up there throwing all that shade, talking about how everything Meghan has is for sale. And then at the end of the show, what did they say? If you want a pep talk or a special message from Maureen, all you have to do is go to whatever that thing is, as low as $20 per message. And you got the nerves, you got the caucasity to sit up here and criticize Meghan, who lives in a huge mansion. And here you are scraping to get by, selling $20 messages. Are you insane? Richard, what's his name? Richard Eden has done everything he could to earn money. Everything. He has left no stone unturned because he's trying to scrape up enough money to maintain his lifestyle, because they don't have Meghan to pick on anymore. So whatever they say, they have to do it from 5,000 miles away, and that just ain't paying like it used to. They write a book, nobody reads it. Wow, that sounds like the life right there. I love watching stuff grow. I really do. My little plants took a beating with the windstorm that came through, but somehow I managed to piece it all back together. Oh, I don't know what happened. Were you here the whole time? Because we did have a bit of a laugh earlier. Okay. I love avocados. Well, you guys, it has been 3.5 hours, so I'm gonna say good night, and I will see you guys later today. I just want to check a little something before I go. Okay, that's strange. Let me see here. Just want to check something before I go. Okay, I was checking posts for Lady Sussex to see if she had a message for us, but not yet. Not yet, but it'll happen. Whenever she's ready, it'll happen. Uh, Miss Z, thank you so much for the super sticker, a super chat, and thank you for being a member. Okay, let's call it a day. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, moderators, as usual, for keeping this the safe space that it has always been. And excuse me. Yeah, I need to drink some water. There we go. Okay, Legs, tell the truth. Do you ever find yourself singing Green Acres? I mean, just kind of out of the blue. Do you hum it? Do you sing it? Do you ever feel like Oliver Wendell Douglas? Tell us the truth. Oh, you're quite welcome. I'm rather enjoying it myself. Green Acres is a place to be. Farm living is a life for me. Land spreading out so far and wide. Keep Manhattan, just give me that countryside. New York is where I'd rather stay. I get allergic smelling hay. I just adore a penthouse view. Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue. Okay. Moo, 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 and oink. Moo, 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 and oink. We got the baby, baby, baby. We got the baby spareback ribs. Yeah, well, there's nothing more wholesome than you know, to have land, to be able to reach your hand down and grab that soil and just, yeah, that I could imagine why people like farming. I mean, it just seems like a great way to really experience the earth, you know? You plant something, you watch it grow, you can feed people. What a more noble job could you have than feeding people? Not to mention employing people. And there are so few black farmers left in the country. That's the other thing. There are so few black farmers left. Black farmers are like unicorns. You only find one every so often. Oh, thank you, NJ. I appreciate it. Well, if Bill Gates come knocking at your door, please tell him no. Or what is it? Ansonia, whatever it is. That other place. Yeah, a lot of the billionaires are buying up farmland as if they know something we don't. They're buying up housing, buying up farms. Oh, that sounds beautiful. That sounds very nice. Very nice. You know, even when I buy flowers for the house, I not only do I change the water out, but I also give them a new cut. And I only use like a half pack of that stuff that they give you. I only use like a half a pack. And or sometimes I'll grab a few extras from the store. But you know, it's just like I like seeing how they're doing, right? And the only like regular plant that I have is I actually have two. I have a bamboo tree that belonged to my sister. It's a bamboo tree, and it is getting out of hand now. And I hesitate to clip it, but something's going to have to go. I wish I could find someone to give like the other part of it so they can grow out the, you know, the extra sprouts or shoots or whatever that's coming up. But yeah, when I do cut it, I'm going to put it in a glass or in a jar so that it can grow some vines, and then I'm going to give it away, find a new home for it. I'll even throw a nice pot in there with it, but I'll find a new home for it. You almost can't kill a bamboo. Those things are very hardy. Okay, now the other thing that has piqued my curiosity is the oh God, why do I keep forgetting the name of it? The tree, the bonsai tree. I am fascinated watching those YouTube videos for the bonsai tree. And I dare not buy one. I could actually, but you know, you can just go and you know what I'm saying? You can go to like the regular what do you call it? The Home Depot. I didn't know almost anything could be a bonsai tree. You just have to keep pruning it. You have to be very brave and go ahead and prune it. Yeah, you cannot be afraid of it. Okay, so I want something like that, but I don't really have the light for it. Now you can put it outside, you know, in the summertime, but I'm not in a climate where I can keep it out all the time. So, but yeah, see how it's almost like it's dancing. And the way they get it to look like that is they strip the bark. Sometimes they'll just strip it back. Sometimes they kind of burn it a bit, but that's how you get it to look like an ancient miniature tree. Now, wait, I have another one to show you. But I am very fascinated with the bonsai. It takes years to cultivate a tree like that. Years. Sometimes a tree can be 200 years old. It has been passed down through the generations. Okay, here's another one. Oh, it didn't come up, did it? Let me see here. Maybe I had to get rid of something to bring it up. But yep, I am fascinated with the bonsai. I purchased one years ago, but it didn't last very long. Okay, let me try it again and I'll share it with you. So it is not beneath me to get an artificial one. It is not beneath me because aesthetically, I find it very pleasing. So I'm going to show you guys what I was planning to do. Okay, so that is another bonsai tree. Again, they have stripped a lot of the bark. They use wires, or sometimes they'll tether it so that after about, I don't know, sometimes it could take up to a year to train the branch to grow in the direction that you want it to go. It's not your fault, though. It is not your fault. You have to watch those videos on YouTube. You have to watch those videos on YouTube, and they will show you how to care for it. But they say generally, when you buy a bonsai from the store, it's not going to live. It is not going to live that long. So whatever happened, it was not your fault. They only pot them to sell them. They don't really pot them so that they'll last. Okay. Now I'm going to show you what I was planning to use. Let me see here. I got to find it. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but I got plans for it. When I was out walking the dog, I found something and I brought it home, and I am going to use that to make my bonsai tree. Like I said, I don't think I'm going to have a real one. I'm going to kind of rig something, but I know it'll be very difficult to see the potential, but I'm going to share this with you anyway. Okay, get ready for it. Here it goes. Okay, that is a piece of a tree. So far, I don't know if it's a bark, or is it a piece of the limb, or is it both? Okay. Now, if I was a cruel person, when I got done dog sitting, I was thinking, why don't I just say here? Because I love that dog so much. Why don't I just say here? There was an emergency, and I'm sorry, this is all I have left. And just give them that and keep the dog. Wouldn't that be cruel? I'm not that cruel, but oh man, wouldn't that be cruel though? Just be like, here's what's left of your dog. But no. Anyway, that's terrible. But yeah, I want to use that to make something like this. So I like the pot that this is in, right? But somehow I gotta fix that. Now I could like try to find something like, the Gia pet, that'll grow on anything. But I'm thinking I'm gonna have to just go artificial. I want to find some kind of greenery and just like, I don't know, drill a hole in it and just, put it in there so that will look more like this or this. Probably this one. Right? Wouldn't that be fun? I tell you, the only thing is, I hope you sleep during the daytime because I am noisy AF. I am very noisy. I seem to have no regards for whether it's night or day. But yeah, I think I would be a fun neighbor. Let's see here. Really? Okay. I bet that's nice. But do make sure you watch some of those bonsai videos. I have watched those, and I tell you, I've watched them back to back. It is incredible the stuff that they do. No, I've never heard of it. A pawpaw tree? I have never heard of it. A pawpaw tree? Nope. Never heard of it before. I saw a tree like that in Korea. It was 500 years old. The monks care for it very meticulously. Yeah, they do need constant care. That is true. I've seen where they've taken them out of the pot, right? Especially depending on how big it is. They take it out of the pot and they'll like put like a rope or a chain around it to lift it up. And then they take like a little hand rake and they scrape the soil away. You have to cut some of the roots. I mean, I think I kind of got it. If I watched those videos and I had the right, setup, I have no doubt that I could master the bonsai tree. Pawpaw is a papaya? Really? Let me take a look at that. Pawpaw tree is another term for papaya, a North American tree of the custard apple family. Custard apple family with a purple flower, an edible oblong yellow fruit with a sweet pulp. Oh, okay. Papaya. All right. Oh, I see it now. Oh, a fruit-bearing bonsai. 1-year seedling. Grow a fruit-bearing bonsai. Are you kidding me? I didn't know that was possible. Oh, wow. They got some nice bonsais here. Oh, a red grape bonsai plant for growing. 1-year seedling. Isn't that something? Oh, wow. This tree is gorgeous. A willow, like a weeping willow bonsai tree. That cannot be real. Oh my God, that is amazing. How could that be real for only $12.99? I mean, how big is this? I just don't think I have enough light for it. I'd have to get a plant light. Yeah, isn't that a beautiful thing? And that's why I love this community, because I tell you, I have learned a lot. Oh, well. Anyway, that's my obsession is the bonsai tree. But I think I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this little piece of roadkill I found, and I'm going to turn it into something. I see something there. I really do. So I have it like out where the sun can bleach it and dry it out and everything. Because it was like, stuck in the ground. I almost thought it was a root from the tree. But I want it to dry out, and then I'll take a brush and brush it really good. And then I'll try to figure out what to do with it. Oh, okay. Well, say a little prayer for me. The moment I wake up, before I put on my makeup, I say a little prayer for you. I run for the bus, dear, and while riding I think of us, dear. I say a little prayer for you. Forever and ever, you stay in my heart, and I will love you together forever. That's how it would be to live without you. Would only bring heartbreaks for me. Yeah, right? I mean, you just have to, right? You really have to. Just start singing. Well, I see something there. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Wouldn't it be funny if when I start drilling into it, it starts moving? Oh man. But yeah, that's my little project. And in a year from now, yeah, I'd be impressed if I actually remembered what I was going to do with it. Be like, where the hell did that come from? What is that? Get that thing out of here. Okay, it is 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 15 seconds we've been on. So at this point, I'm going to say good night, good luck, God bless, and I will talk to you all later in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, it's still actually 20 seconds. Oh, man. All right. Now 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.